Hello everybody, I'm Technovoid, back with a double feature, woo, of Let's Play, Jesus Christ, after 10 years of Let's Plays, I've gotten a bit used to saying Let's Play of X, at the beginning of a recording session, so excuse me. No, this is a stream. We're streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last night we got here. We were doing all sorts of fun stuff. Welcome, Stormy Sunshine. Sasuke Natsume, dude, he's in jail. He's got to be found not guilty because the dude didn't fucking do it. That's what my gut tells me. Gut tells me the dude didn't do it, which means we're gonna defend this motherfucker in court, and it's gonna be super spectacular and sometimes sad. Sometimes it's sad. But either way, let's get right into it. Continue with The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Still don't know why it's called that. But getting into it. The Clouded Heart. I don't know. And I looked it up. Apparently, I don't know if this is entirely accurate, but Sasuke Natsume is the name of a historical Japanese student who was in Japan and had like a lot of racism levied against them. I don't know if they were actually tried for murder or not. I did not read that. Be interesting. I do wonder if they were tried for murder or something of the sort. But I do know that they're like a historical figure that, you know, had a lot of racism directed towards them, which is I love this game for that. I mean, I love the puns and I love the humor, but like the realism is a nice change of pace from honestly a lot of Phoenix Wright, and I really dig the dedication to the bit. Eggblink, welcome. Who, what, huh? It's Sosuke Natsume. He's apparently a historical figure. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I love the dedication to the bit of, you know, what is it, 18th century England in this. Like they dig down on that. They do not let the fucking, you know, racism, they don't water that shit down, and I appreciate that. They say, hey, the ping. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? It's good to have you, Egg. Always good to have you. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. I'm sorry to hear you had a bad dinner. What'd you have? I had some noodles for lunch, but I have not had dinner. I'm probably not going to be able to order depending on how long this takes. I'll probably just make a sandwich or something. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. What'd you have? I'm sorry. Look, Stormy Sunshine, I mean no offense. And by which, I mean many offenses. You take all those fences and you put them around your yard. Because I mean every single one of these fences. Why would you get soup at Outback Steakhouse? Outback Steak House. You got soup? You got soup! As a side, okay, alright, as a side, it's just like, why are you ordering a fucking soup? Get a steak! In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Ooh, that does sound good. I could always go for a good chicken sandwich. The problem with chicken sandwiches is, for me, there are good chicken sandwich places, but like, it's never worth delivery. Because I don't drive much, so, you know, if I get food out, I'm either walking there or I'm having it delivered. And there's no good places really within walking distance. And like, you don't have a chicken sandwich delivered, it's like not worth the money. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Oh, I should have expected that. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? I mean, that's why they're called literary people. You know? It's because they're literary people. They're literally people, dude. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. No, you're definitely trembling. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincident then, isn't it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mrs. Otto? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Yeah, Susato is this game's Maya, except she's much more competent than Maya, and she's great, and I love her. I'm not a Maya fan, but I'm a huge Susato fan. She's so good. She actually helps in court. It's insane. She actually fucking does something. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Who else? I mean, I guess there's Trucy Wright from Apollo Justice, but I count her less. I mean, she's... Mia, Grossberg in one case. There's, who else is there? Yes, Grossberg's on Mia. Why is the Reaper of the back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there is another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Athena Sykes, she's... The weird thing about Dual Destinies is that it's kind of on a rotating cast who the prosecutor is. Sometimes the prosecutor's Athena, sometimes the prosecutor's Apollo, and sometimes the prosecutor is Phoenix, and the, like, secondary person, like, also rotates every case, so there's not, like, an attendant as much as there is just 2 prosecutors, with them switching out who's the, like, main one every time. Athena Sykes is just a prosecutor, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. I do think you play as her, though. Oh, sorry, not prosecutor. You know what I mean. Defense attorney. Sorry. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Although, there were some sparks. I'm just saying. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Alright, fuck you. Let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner up until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. How does he square up with Miles? I like him. You'll see Van Zeeks here in a second. I've only had one case with him so far, but I was decently impressed by him. I'm a fan. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotaba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live.
Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go.
Yes!
How old is the defendant guy? I mean, he's a student, so probably not much older than us. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me, I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. The 20th of February at 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Hey! I know some of those jurors. One of them is Joan, and another one is, fuck, I don't remember his name. The banker from the last case.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. Hey, how you doing?
The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Suzato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. He is to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end.
Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Bruce Fairplay, that was his name.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella.
I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
They can't. They're not allowed. She's related to the case. The jury needs to be people unrelated to the case. Joan is literally the landlord of the defendant. She's not allowed to be on the jury. This is bullshit.
Come on, what we waiting for? No doubt it did it anyway.
Hey, Larius.
Yeah, sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Juror number 6 is just always going to be an old-ass person. Love it.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Are you guys cannot fucking vote guilty because he's Japanese. I swear to God.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber.
Yeah, the janitors are like, fuck, we gotta clean that up again.
Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Gregson! We're gonna cross-examine Gregson! Love this man.
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. But he'll still fucking die if he gets the guilty verdict.
Gregson, yeah, there's two dicks. There's Hosonaga, who's the Japanese dick, and then there's Gregson, who's the English one. The game flips and flops. I like it.
Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Yes, sir. If I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn carriages.
Hosonaga has it pretty bad. Hosonaga has some pretty shitty luck for what it's worth. But I love the guy. Gregson doesn't seem to have it quite as bad.
It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept documents as evidence, if you please.
The case file has been added.
What of the weapon that was used?
If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind taking a look. Okay, so sum of 2 shillings for the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabory, and Canterbury Yearnings. So wait, and this was at 4:45 p.m. Okay. Do we have anything in the local map? No. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Victim Olive Green. Female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, East Side, Rolly Beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Good to know.
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Sasaki-san, I suppose.
A commoner garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
Jackknife has been added into the court record.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a look at the knife. And I'm gonna open up the knife.
Anything?
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Otto. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Anything else? No, that looks to be about it. Okay. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay.
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's positions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes! If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Bro! That was a full-ass bottle! What the fuck? They don't know who the victim is 100%. They're guessing it's Olive Green because she got stabbed in the back and they found some stuff called Olive Green on her.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery.
So you could have hurt some of Van Zeeks!
But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir.
No, they have. Don't worry, they have, Egg. In all these cases, there has been no motive yet. There is the only case that has had motive so far in this game has been case 2. Case 1 and 3, neither of them we couldn't. I guess in case 3 we had the motive of the guy hadn't paid the guy back. Case 1 we had no motive whatsoever. I don't think. Maybe you should give her a bad grade or something. I don't know. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to when we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say?
He has fish and chips. He's holding fish. He enjoys his chips. His chips egg.
Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
Anything we can get from this? Hard to say. No, this seems pretty reasonable. Shit, dude got knifed, dude. It is a lady, but yeah. You right, though. It's true, they got knifed. Can't believe it. It's okay, Diggory. I would also make the same mistake. Hard to tell sometimes.
Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Zato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Now, green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Alright, let's press on that. Get all the information we can. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Tss, how quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed.
The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Suzato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual.
The knife was dropped from a window? I'm dying.
A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one but the victim and the accused.
How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
Ah!
The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
The blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less. Now, I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated in parts. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't me. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Not necessarily. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, the 3 books on the floor.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yeah, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
Well, the bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Hey, Cabello! Not that late. We just started. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books.
Ooh, hold on. Hold on. He went to your books. Boom.
Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearstrom Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the road he would have taken home. Something like this.
The local map's information has been updated in the court record. But he didn't go there.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name, baby. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
He's on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand shop he apparently patronizes.
I got a question for you. How about this, bitch? If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
but in fact it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
It does matter, because that changes how he got home.
I disagree.
I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if it might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from bourbon books, then yes, he would have almost certainly passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Well, could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east.
The local map's information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, fuck, that doesn't change all that much. Oh.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms.
Oh man, he just did the Edgeworth line. Ryunosuke has a sword because it's his dead friend's sword. His Miafe had a katana and then he fucking died, so he took his sword to carry on with him. Man just fucking called me a clown. He didn't even go. He called me a clown in training. Called me a trainee clown. To your future career in the circus. That's a screenshot, right, folks? That's gotta be a fucking screenshot. That's a good line. That's a fucking great line. Oh, that's hilarious. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
I mean, he could have gone down Calabash, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
Fuck! God damn! Is your hand okay, Van Zeeks? Jesus!
Wherever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Ah!
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Sasaki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Your Books, but it's not necessarily true. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You could see what I mean on this map. When returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. Egg, to your assertion, it's very well, had he gone down Calabash, he could have passed her here. It's possible they passed further. I'm not sure. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back in his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection.
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. There was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this!
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject.
It's true, he did just move in a week earlier. That's a fair point, Cabello. I was thinking that too, but I guess in a week you could learn the right way. I don't know.
Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that is the case, the defense still... Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury
to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh, they talk.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Uh-oh. Fag.
It would appear the jury is leading us unanimous.
Fuck, not again. That's okay, I love this minigame.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die.
Sholmes is more like it's more fun, but I like this one more from like a thinking standpoint. I like you know this one's more tense. It's like the pitting juror members against each other. I think is a lot more interesting, even if it's less involved.
So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley.
Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Judicial findings.
To the jurors' contentions.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses if he was way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful!
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
That's not a good reason!
There's not a fucking good reason! What? You can't vote guilty because you want to leave!
Your books, yes, nice shop at Bourbon Books, and I'm not worth a visit.
Literally fucking none of you have a good reason here.
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Let's kill this chump. I have a party at 8. Allow that message. That's a good message.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled from the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. That message got blocked, yeah. Because the term that was not allowed was kill this chump. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
But none of their shit...
But none of their shit... How can I possibly rebuke the shit that doesn't make any sense? For pity's sake, the little Nipponese already admitted himself, didn't he? Can we fight that with something? Maybe. Oh, I can press them? I didn't know I could press them here.
If you said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why could have only been the victim?
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on the way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Poor woman was attacked from behind, how dreadful. Really don't care, can we wrap this up now? Your books. Okay, so these two are literally worthless to us, I think. Start the press on I want to leave? Okay, let's see how that goes. Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere in the middle. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me, son! My life's on the line, too, and so's my family's.
What?
The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence.
That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on. He had to go the long way around because they were digging between your books and Briar Road, so he had to go the long way around. Meerschaum Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn to dusk.
And, okay, here we go. I'm gonna pit you against you.
Objection.
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another.
An arch counsel. Explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3.
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant.
let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Well, what do you think, sir?
Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may?
Yes?
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Hell yeah, there goes one. What about you, sir?
I still want to fucking leave. Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
Fuck yeah. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion, and that's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay, I think the other one is going to be a mix of the attack from behind versus collapse before his eyes, I think. What does this one say? He already admitted it himself. Okay, so that, I mean, we could press on that, but it seems not as worthwhile. Let's press here.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quiet, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Racism! The most simple argument of all. He's Japanese, therefore he must have done it.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well, for her.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's his room.
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
What are you gonna do, spill tea on me from over there, bitch? This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see.
Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in for a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? You literally yesterday she said yes.
Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What did you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road. I slipped on the ice and dunked my head.
He's wearing green! It was fucking him!
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when they're most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Now, heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. And I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Alright, so... Okay. Woman in green. Alright.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Ma, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my! My goodness, you mean...
That's right. I'm referring, of course. Man, how fucking lucky / unlucky is it that half of the fucking jurors in this case are related to the case? That shouldn't be allowed, and yet it has worked in our favor twice with juror 5 and 6, who both happen to be fucking there. To the hard of hearing, juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench with me here today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Well, look at that!
My goodness me.
Sorry, you need a pee?
Yes! I really need a fucking pee. Please, Judge, let me go to the bathroom. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green and where the overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago!
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Huh? Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well,
Hell yeah! We got 4, baby! We're back in business!
let's go.
Try that one on for size Bruce Fairplay and Joan Garrideb.
Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. But the ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
How many of those are you gonna break, dude?
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir.
That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back where they come from. Kids just jump right over all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah!
Is it true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man...
Cold man, you can talk.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. pray was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, can't say I'll remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah!
Order! Lord Radzix, explain yourself.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prop it up during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he had no doubt come for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they've been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord! The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Tell me this kid's in fucking Scotland Yard? They just let anyone into Scotland Yard these days? God damn.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets. Nah, sir.
Okay, he's fucking narcoleptic. We're really gonna believe an eyewitness from a narcoleptic policeman? Seriously?
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
Rolly Beat. Patricia Beat. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Let's see. Rolly Beat. Well, Beat is obviously because he's on the beat. Patricia. Pat, like Pat from Patricia and Rolly. So it'd be patrol. Like patrol, and beat. So that's probably the pun in their name. Really? I'm sure I've heard that one before, actually.
Indeed, apart from the red days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
That one's a man of sleep, and a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir! What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir! And he just falls immediately back asleep. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog and on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Roll and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Let's go.
It was our wedding anniversary and Roll was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? Well, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. And I'm proud to be owner of this. I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
Oh, what's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. And it has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all its policemen of sworn duty to patrol the streets of London downtown and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just for that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Pete puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes?
That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road on the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, and it looks like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firmer hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
They're still maintaining there was no one else around on the other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Well, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them, around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That wrong Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything!
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue.
Yes, sir! We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box with the beat, and the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir!
Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. We both saw him clear as day.
Hold it!
Couldn't have seen him clear as day, but surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps is more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell for you sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What?
Yes, it was the accused man, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir!
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sasaki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing that testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. I mean, we knew that to be the case, we just don't know that he's the attacker. So that's true. Where does that leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory on the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do we always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything, and we've told you so. It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one.
Oh, please do. I would love this.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is.
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Yeah, I think it would. Please tell me about the books. Please. The 4 books?
The 4 books? Is that right? In 4 books?
Okay. Well, I want to hear their names anyways. Even if it's fucking wrong as shit. Please tell me their names. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Those purchased by the accuser at a nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I've been in the police box for help, I decided to have a good look at the area for good measure. And I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Well, Miss Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I mean, I want to know what the books were. Picture Monsieur Look, Meal for Gabriel, Canterbury Yearnings, obviously only 3. But let's see what she has to say.
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was The Picture Monsieur Somebody or Other, and What's It Yearnings. Then there was A Meal for Someone, and the last one was definitely The Thingamgummy Something. You see?
Yeah, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
Okay, so there was a 4th book, yeah. So she actually did get 3 of them right. So the books he had actually were there, but there was a 4th.
Those were indeed the books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
What the fuck? Put the gun away!
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Christ. Can someone get the gun off the narcoleptic police officer, please? Can't bring that into a courtroom.
Terrifying.
Yes, she really is. See ya, Egg.
Let's do it.
I've got a present for you. Boop. So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and Thingummy Something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there! I swear it! I saw them!
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
Ah.
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
He sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh.
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say that...
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
I don't believe it. It's the 4th book.
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No. No!
Order! Order!
There, you see? Look at that! Look!
Yeah.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir! Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoeur.
What's its earnings?
Canterbury earnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboriau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir! Flawless, sir! Patricia is flawless!
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print, The Lion's Riddle.
Weird long call for the day. Victim had a crush on defendant, bought the same books. Murderer snatched up the books. That is a pretty long call. No, I think... Here's what I thought. And I want to point this out right now. Those 3 books, those were his 3 books. He was... Oh shit! I think Egg was right. Wait, hold on. Who was the dumbass who said that a fucking knife flew out of a window? Because I just broke this shit wide open, I think. We know from the Great Deduction yesterday that there was a fire across the street in the house, and she was and Joan was throwing things at her husband, and they had the window right there overlooking the murder scene. And here's a book, The Lion's Riddle, which is charred from a fire from the candlestick that night. She could have also fucking thrown that knife, which would have been chipped at the end, and fucking went into her back. Fucking Joan is the murderer by accident. That's why no one was there, because someone had hit her with a fucking knife from a 2nd story building. Oh my god. Joan fucking chucked a knife from a 2nd story window. This is like tripping on a cat all over again.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
Because it came from fucking the Geradev window. Better or worse than the cat? It's way more contrived than the cat. This is hilarious.
Not odd at all, my lord.
We'll see if that's actually how it goes, but the fact that the book is charred completely points to that deduction.
As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim, oh yeah, why would she be holding it? Yeah. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers of Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
Is that why Joan is on the jury? Because we're gonna fucking call her to the stand? That would be wild. No, I don't think so. Although maybe, yeah, because maybe there's gonna be another summation examination. We have to be like, we fucking know what you did on that night.
You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel.
My pleasure, my lord.
2nd crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. I call Detective Sholmes to the stand. The prosecution rests. Hey, real quick, bud, I hope you don't mind me taking a look at this book. Interesting. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I don't know why I'm doing the fucking Glitzville theme.
I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! You guys have been married for a year.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course!
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know! But if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? I think we wait. I think we want to hear what the jury has to say. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens.
Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture. In which case...
Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? The case for the defense is in great danger. Yes, I realize that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right. Sorry if I don't say... Oh, fuck. Okay, I was wrong. I really thought we needed them to say something so that we could have another evidence. Okay. Never mind. No, wait, the defense...
Objection!
The defense will have to wait. Because that sapless hesitation cannot go unpunished. Shit.
Isn't your derisive finger-pointing punishment enough?
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
I keep getting those wrong, those wait and sees, because I keep thinking that we need another piece of evidence to contradict something, and we just don't. Might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Sykes, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this lad's great guiding principles is tolerance.
Really? I'm pretty sure some of your jurors were literally just being xenophobic on the stand earlier.
So the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Zato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What do we have all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. I do believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what this crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mrs. Otto. I'm pretty sure only one by now. This is it. Statusson has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is
what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which the fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you? Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection! Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh,
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
a charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you could ascertain from the fire damage that the sorry toad has suffered?
Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand and she fell on the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence our final outcome of this trial. So tell me, the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
It's your boy John Garadeb. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house or the defendant in his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords!
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection! This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible! All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir! My Patricia would never raise a finger to against me, sir!
Except all those times she strangled you.
And all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, popping smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the... Is it not conceivable that the window was open now because it'd be really cold?
Not even remotely! Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it.
That actually does raise a good point. How the fuck did that happen? There was smoke? Oh shit, you're right, there was smoke. Yeah, so they would have had to open the window.
No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah!
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
That's quite enough!
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
To Wright.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene, too.
Ah, I do declare you're right.
It's true!
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry. What's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel that these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What? No forgive the discourtesy this time.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Alright, time for another summation examination. I'm glad we get a second one. I love these.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mrs. Otto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Damn. Alright, we're like halfway through the case. Hot shit.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury to be unnecessary. I will now pass down my verdict of guilty. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
Do you think at any point... do you think at any point in this series... we'll request a summation examination, and instead of saying, oh, this is a worthless thing that will never be useful, someone will actually be like, you know... He's fucking 5 for 5 on this shit, so, you know, you could probably do it again. Because the fact that this has never successfully been used, and then in 3 days has been successfully used twice, now coming up on 3 times, we are literally 3 for 3 on this shit being useful. At some point, the court has to start admitting that these are actually important.
We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Who's just gonna say he's Japanese this time? There's gonna be someone, right? The Jurors Contentions.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing bucks, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
I mean, that last one it is a clear indication. I mean, a fire giving you this, yeah, press the man for the window. Yeah, I mean, he was in a fire and it gave him the sneezes. Right? Because, like, that's what heat does, is it gives you a cold. No, you had to fucking open the window for the smoke.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as though the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is gonna be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Miss Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. I don't think 5's gonna have useful info again. I mean, at this point, earlier, you know, he was doing a job. I don't think he's going to have anything useful to say here. I think definitely one is we're going to press on the window, figure out that he opened the window, and then connect that to the one who said that the window was closed. So we're going to connect those two, and then we're going to have to connect. Is there something inside the book? No, I don't think so. No, different. You're thinking of a different book. Yeah. So this one is not going to be useful at all. You know, juror number 2 we're probably going to mess with again. Juror number 3 we'll prove through 6. 4, this is going to be she also threw a knife. So 4 and 2 we're going to pit against each other, and 3 and 6 we're going to pit against each other. That's what I'm thinking.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Oh, this is giving us the opportunity to look at other jurors. Okay, so she's going to have some reaction to something. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was the last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, they don't.
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown something wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we opened the fucking windows.
The windows?
The bad wind air rushed over me like the devil danced on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even at the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Okay, I think if we press her here, let's press her here and see how juror number 4 reacts. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman that gives into xenophobia at every opportunity.
That's great!
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme. Like your xenophobia.
As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
but us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you omitted irrational there. Okay.
Hold it!
Window was not closed, buddy. But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? And the prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? The winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So, no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? I literally can't. Juror number 6, but okay. It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. Because this young man's name isn't going to budge otherwise.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
The flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb.
Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus didn't want to mess about you, though. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
Yeah, it was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato.
There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Alright, maybe we do need to press him.
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Damn, okay. I mean... No, that's not true, Cabelli. I would say a lot of these characters have charm. I mean, like, I have several things I want to press on several of the, or several things I want to do, but I don't have, like, decisive stuff to press it, you know? I mean, the alibi was that they live across the street, but... Okay, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to pit you against you. Hopefully that works.
These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point that at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Okay. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrett household. Okay. So I've been playing this game with the sort of... Because I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but my recollection of the other Phoenix Wright games is if you don't have a direct link, it docks you, and you like have to push until you find the direct link. Whereas here it seems a lot more like you can extrapolate a little bit and still get those things. So I like that a lot more. I like that you can extrapolate. I'm just always scared of extrapolating because I feel like there's like I'm one step ahead and I need to find that middle step. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! Hey, you got something to say there? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Miss Garadeb!
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon. What do you insinuate?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do so otherwise.
Bars? Bars? Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that addressed to Miss Garadeb's formal statement.
Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Oh wait, no. He changed his thing too. Okay, never mind. We're not putting these two against each other. The window could have been open. Okay, all right. I really like that. I like that their statement actually changes. Okay, so we just changed two people's statements. Okay. So we need to jog his memory about what he's seen. So let's press these new things. I really like the summation examinations. These are great. At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Garadeb household on the opposite side of the street.
Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold.
We also know that Miss Garadeb was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack.
Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out the window. Only
what?
Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all.
Ah!
So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really.
That's a fair point. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough? What is it going to take to persuade these people? The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book, The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Oh, seems like he remembered a little something.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out.
Ah,
It was listening to what this granny was saying. I brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Garrideb the maid, I'll have you know.
or Miss Garrideb or the maid. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Fuck, man. Women in Great Britain are scary.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my head in my pocket for the wages I earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love.
Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Please don't hit me with another Susato takedown. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. I prefer to use my fists. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Oh, Susato. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. I'm gonna rage will hurl on almost anything at you. Okay, alright. I have a potential pit for you.
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
I really like that they're making it not only contradictions, but like compare. This is really just like you're connecting the synapses. I really enjoy this bit. I think this in the last case I was a fan of the summation examinations, but this summation examination has now made me like these more than the great deductions. The great deductions are more flashy, but these are cooler. These are more brainy. I like them. It offers a lot more flexibility to the game than I feel like the games have had before. Like in the past, it's always been like you press this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this, and it's just like a direct line. Whereas here, there's a little bit more flexibility in at which point you pursue each thing and when you connect them, which I like a lot.
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor in his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. Yeah, nonlinear Ace Attorney puzzles are my fave.
What's that now?
After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
When are we getting an open world Ace Attorney game? Hell yeah. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Galah. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Miss Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book that sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp!
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Even my missus ain't got aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Miss Garrideb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! We killed juror number 4!
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the Grady didn't mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Hell yes. We did it? Old man is not listening. Old man hasn't heard a single thing we've said in the past 30 minutes, Cabellio. You seriously expect him to... He's probably thinking, why are they talking about briars? Why are they talking about briars and pokes? So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed.
2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
The old man hasn't presented any racist comments yet, I don't think. I think he's been one of the few who hasn't mentioned a racism yet.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
That's true.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
You have wasted so many pieces of glassware, my dude.
But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of the places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having pertinent significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that. They picked it up while alive, you three-tongued wingless bat spawn. What a line. That is a Cabelliot. I'm sorry, I keep saying your name wrong. Cabelliot, that is a powerful diss. I love that. I enjoy that diss. That's a good one. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato! Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Said to life! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Order! Order!
Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Every time.
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zieks.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
I forgot they were still here, honestly.
Yes, sir! Constable Rollybeat reported for duty, sir!
He's awake.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir!
Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements? The fuck? What does that mean?
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
He fell asleep.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir!
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? I would also like to know.
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mr. Garredeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh, shit!
But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No!
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete.
That's another good line.
There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be.
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, darling.
I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Yeah, the book was picked up. I cannot figure out what the fuck happened with the knife, because if there was nobody else there...
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Garredeb. Believe me, a Lund Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garredeb house are a top-hinged casement. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch some help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had to be on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
You were fucking asleep. Don't fucking lie to us. Yes, you did. You literally did, bitch. Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I only had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I could swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really, that seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garredeb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see here from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? Okay, that's interesting. What could have possibly happened? Here's my thought. There's a point in time after Soseki has run away and Patricia is gone and Rolly is asleep, that there is a time at that point where nobody is watching the scene and she could have been stabbed. So someone could have picked up the knife and stabbed her. But then the question remains is, why did she fall over in the first place? Maybe she didn't fall over. Maybe what everyone saw was her yelling because of a flaming book, and she bent down to grab... No, that doesn't make sense, because Rolly and Pat wouldn't... There's something about the timeline that's weird here. I don't think she was stabbed until after Soseki ran away and Patricia went off to find the police box. But I'm not sure what would have made her fall. Maybe she just slipped? They were on the sidewalk. We know that the road was clear of ice, but the sidewalk wasn't. So could she literally just have slipped, yelped, screamed, fallen over? Soseki runs away. They see Soseki running away. They see her on the ground. Patricia goes off to get help. Rolly's standing there. Rolly falls asleep. And then somebody else comes by, picks up the knife, and stabs her in the back to frame Soseki? Is that what we're looking at? Oh, God. I don't think she was stabbed when Soseki ran away. I don't think she had been hit yet with a knife. There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. The other tenant who argues with him? Oh. They don't argue, though. They're like friends. They I mean, he hasn't been relevant yet, but yeah, that's weird.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Miss Garrett without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Miss Garrett, if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter.
Huh? Do you really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garrett's book found its way onto the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? As did the knife.
You're right.
And then there was Miss Garrett's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear.
Yes.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Okay, so that... But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to the answer to the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, I would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking, what can we possibly press here? Let's press about this. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
Oh, please do.
Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinge Caspian thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mr. Garrett's house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Ooh. Do you have something to add, Miss Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Ain't that right, my love?
Constable Beat!
Yeah, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interview and the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday.
Rolly whose beat has a villain. That's a good point, Larius. Very good point. There is a villain that we have not yet heard more about.
Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
Interesting. Interesting. So you're trying to tell me the murder did happen on that side of the road and they moved it?
But that's life of Bobby after all.
Or just lucky coincidence, perhaps.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on the record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case file's information has been updated in the court record. The pavement and the border where the victim was found lies outside just Constable Beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Okay. Fuck. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Need to press the mode of connection, maybe, yeah. Okay, well let's just press this just to get everything on the plate. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of all policemen of sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London and our town and uphold the peace of the common man's. It's what the job's all about. And it's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Garradeb?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Interesting. Hold on 1 second. I'll get to you, Patricia, but let's take a look at this. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Well, what do you mean discovered on his beat? That it wasn't discovered on his beat. Oh shit, no, because she wait. Which side is... Hold on. I need to double check something here. Okay. East side. Reporting officer Rolly beat. Okay. So... Okay, so this is his beat, and this is... Wait, no, I'm confused. Did they want it to be on his beat or not? I thought if it was on his beat... The supposed crime scene is off their side. Okay. Okay. So this is his beat. So then why... They wanted the night off, right. But then my question is... Why was Rolly assisting with initial investigations and helping the detectives if it wasn't on his beat? That's what I'm not getting, but... No, I get that the crime scene could have potentially been moved. I'm trying to figure out why... Witness? Yeah, I guess witness. Okay. It just... This seems crucial. And I'm trying to figure out... Like, I could see them wanting to have Rolly assist with the investigations if they want. Because she mentioned she wants him to eventually become an inspector and not have to be... not be a beat officer all the time because he's tired. She doesn't get to spend time with him. So she would want him to become an inspector, which that would be a good reason to do so. Well, just some food for thought. Anyways, what do you have to say? Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
She wants Rolly to begin enjoying fish and chips. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, doesn't everybody want their husband to become fuck, why can't I remember his name? I forgot his name. Oh no. I forgot his name. What's wrong with me? Gregson. Tobias Gregson. Okay, actually, for a second, can we talk about this fucking picture of Gregson? He looking kind of suave, though. His head does look like a potato. He looks like a really sexy potato. A potato giving me the bedroom eyes. So fucking bad. I don't even remember even suggesting that I doubted you. No chill whatsoever.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Speed, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Wait, what? Did I miss something? Okay, here we go. Miss Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it. I did that evening. I saw it clearly. A little Eastern man with his whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Hey, Rolly, thoughts on this?
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? Oh, don't try to pretend just like you're sleeping, boy.
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was inspecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes. My darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long is because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yeah, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it up until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes.
But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet.
Miss Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add more details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it.
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back.
Okay, so when they ran over, they saw the woman with her knife in her back. Okay, so that calls out of question my theory.
I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Boom. Boom. Crime scene moved by Rolly. Why'd he do it? Rolly, explain yourself.
In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased.
Oh, he moved it because he didn't want to fucking work. He moved it because the bitch sleepy.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice call me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought for me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household.
In front of the Garrett's house.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
The anniversary bouquet's been entered into the cold record.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Miss Beat.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, Strange. Nothing's... Okay, so... Wait, fuck. I did leave the scene go... Make sure nothing was disturbed. Now, where do we go from here? Do we... Is this... We don't have enough evidence at this point, I don't think, but maybe we do? Oof, this is a... I think we've pressed everything at this point. Let's go through the court record. Can we go? We can't even go through the court record right now. Don't think Rolly moved the victim? It's an English rose, such a beautiful flower. Well, no, because Rolly was the one who was on the other side of the road, right? The thing they're saying, at least as far as I could tell, is they think she had a bad sense of direction because she went to the wrong side of the road where she found the rose when Rolly was over by the victim on the other side of the road. So, my theory right now is that Rolly was the one who moved it to get it out of his beat. And she doesn't realize that it was originally in his beat, because he didn't want it in his beat, because he wanted to go to dinner and not have to work. So, while she was gone, he moved the thing, but didn't move the flower. So that's what I think happened. I could be wrong. You know, take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo. I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Suzato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay, nothing really there. Fuck. I'm gonna present this, see what happens. No, fuck. There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness.
There's clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, counsel.
Oh, haha, please, don't mind me. Okay.
That would significantly be easy if you would lower your hand.
I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. When we get back, we'll figure this out. I'm a bit not sure as to where we go from here, but let me hit the restroom, and then clear my mind, come back to it. See you all in a minute. Whoop. Whoop. Meow.
Alrighty. Alrighty, daddy. So y'all have any thoughts about where we move from here? I think we've pressed all of these statements. Okay, so there's nothing to do. Okay. Top floors are Kessman's, he mentioned that. Anything been thrown out of the window, I would have seen it. Did leave the scene to go and fetch health. What happened was I dropped my bouquet. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report. Alright, let's press this again.
Hold it!
Oh, hold on. Maybe. Thought is occurring to me. Maybe now that... Okay, maybe now that we have that bouquet in our court, now they're going to have a reaction at some point on a different press. So let's press this and see if Rolly reacts at all. Yep. Rolly's beat. Don't feel bad. You told me the way. Sort of got lost. And they love each other. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, Rolly was at the scene the whole time. No, okay.
Hold it!
Nothing new, Stormy. I'm still trying to figure out where the crack is at this point. Could it be a different copy? No. Well, sir, the book in the... Wait a minute. No. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes. Let me... The invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. Okay, when these pictures were taken... There's no rose. We don't see a rose here. I don't know if that's important at all. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Miss Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. We have the evidence to strike a decisive blow. Let me press this again and read through it entirely. Nothing to report. That's correct. Eyes open the entire time, never looked away. No muscle approach the same, nothing was removed from it. I could swear on your honor. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon. Strange, seems altogether regular. Burnt copy was originally from the Garrett household. Question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy? One that happened to be burnt? If that were possible, why would they be gripping a book like that in their hand? She had a bag over her shoulder. That book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her... Okay. They were walking under They were walking under the window. The book fell out of the window. She stepped down to pick up the book, and then the knife fell out of the window and plunged into her back. But how do we prove that? Must be some common thread between them. What do you make of all this? The whole idea of invisible attackers has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Miss Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think it may be already armed with everything I need to make it strike a decisive blow here. Okay. This time, I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay. So, we're gonna have to present something on Rolly. This case has nothing to do with them. I mean... So that's not true. Okay. No. Nothing she says is gonna be wrong. I'm not sure. I'm gonna save here just in case. We may have to, unless anybody has any really good ideas, we might have to trial and error this. I'm trying to really think of what we've got. So we say that it happened here when really we know it happened there. This is not relevant. Knife. See the photograph. I mean, we can't just present this and be like, he's a liar. No evidence of that. No, nothing inside the book. We can't look inside. I mean, the fact that she dropped the rose where the body is should be enough. But no, we can't open the book. There's nothing, I mean, the thing to prove that it is theirs is, you know, what we've already proved. I mean, I'm tempted to present the book here, but I don't feel like we can because we got evidence from pressing other pieces of information. Which means that we already had the book and we had this statement originally, which means we can't have missed all those other things. Try the rose on the current statement. I don't see no. I mean, maybe, because the rose is on the side of the road. Yeah, I mean... I really don't want to trial and error this, but... I mean, it's an idea. It is an idea. We can't prove that the book is theirs, but we can prove the roses, and the roses under their thing. No. Fuck. Consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we?
No, let's not, you dumbass. What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
I need to clear my head and come to this again from a different angle. Can't argue that. Can't argue that. The rose, though. The rose is on the wrong side of the street.
Objection!
There we go. Rose is on the wrong side of the street. Nothing weird happened. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, yet the Rose found its way on the other side of the street. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mr. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Riddling on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Miss Garrideb's come round. You might call it a nitpicking, Miss Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection! Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would have possibly had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
It's your boy, Rolly!
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been.
Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband.
Ooh, hot.
No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Miss Beat? That's precisely the point. He wanted a day off. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
He had already run away. If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well.
Objection! First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happen to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. And that's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Jesus Christ, words. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beetle's motive for tampering at the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Right here, baby.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett book fell directly down from an open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume?
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond?
Constable Rolly Beat.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream, that all men and women were not judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character, and that's fucked up, because Britain is the best. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly!
Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I love the judge. He's great.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. Honestly, I like him more than the OG judge. The OG judge is kind of a complete dope. He's a lovable dope. He's a very lovable dope, but this judge is a little bit less dopey. This judge actually, like, follows the case a little bit better. The OG judge can sort of be compared to juror number 6 in this case, where he's not really in the loop for 90% of the case. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet Lord Van Zeekson is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from, human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
It's the piece of evidence here, you see? Fuck!
Sorry to say that I don't, counsel. What I would like to know, my learned friend,
Is the motive for your unthinkable actions. By which I mean that abysmal response.
Ah, fuck. Maybe I was too unthinking. It's the the police. I was thinking because it's like on his beat, but you guys are right. I was thinking yes. Yeah. No, I was thinking it was one or the other. I thought either would work, but nope. Fair enough. Cause like it's a combined piece of evidence. It's on his beat, and being on his beat means he has to stay.
Now then.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learnt that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. She said he mutters it under his breath, yeah. Sorry, I skipped that. My bad. I just, when that happened, I figured, like, okay, I know what it is, and I just skipped it, but, yeah. Reverse psychic. He just says everything out loud.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special how?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just one on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is it not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yeah. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I had ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere.
As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of a crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right round Meerschaum Street, and then... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Pete's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got my back for my sins, didn't he?
That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
I'm a little bit more concerned about the fact that an innocent man is gonna go to jail because you moved you tampered with a fucking crime scene to make it the way the murder happened unclear, and so an innocent man's gonna go to jail because of xenophobia. So fuck you, actually, Rolly. Fuck you and your dinner. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. The fourth book information has been updated.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. Suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir! Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. With the murder weapon! And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Don't be like Mr. McGill did.
Never again, sir. You mean to say...
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts in here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb.
Me! Oh dearie me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied!
But the situation is very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looked out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Ah! I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection! No! I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Fuck yeah! That's my boy Van Zeeks! Hell yeah! He's on the side of truth!
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadeb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw the knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if it's evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Just like the knife she threw.
Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I was hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Ah, he made it.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your lead here?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life, were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once!
The Battle of Garadeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that ballet thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
No, I don't think so.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield at your house that evening.
Although, an entirely one-sided assault it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just Nat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
The Battle of Garadeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason.
I can. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Pressing matters. Shit, you're right, yeah. That's right, if I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to the Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Miss Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Yeah, I'm gonna save. She can't pour tea on him today.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some of the items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see?
The lodge is always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Your ears are safe? Was something wrong? Oh, sorry, was I yelling yesterday? I mean, I guess I was yelling. My apologies for the screaming yesterday. I was doing the character.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time.
Guys, if the volume needs to be adjusted, let me know. I can turn myself down.
It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Suzato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? I'm sorry. I apologize.
In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? I wish you guys had told me after the first yell yesterday, and I would have held back on the rest.
Mr. Garadeb.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I must have completely passed it by. I apologize.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, I know. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She led and directed with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
There, see? I toned it down. Hopefully that was low enough. You're never safe, Cabellio.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this, then.
For now.
Take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught.
You like the...
Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes.
I just want to make sure I'm not ear raping everybody. If I am going too loud, I will lean back from the mic and go, ah! I mean, he leans back when he screams. He's going, ah! I can do that too.
When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder if we should make this account. Could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks are just right now to be of great significance.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Hilarious, yeah.
I don't see why not.
We're gonna find the tip embedded in there.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Now all we have to do, we gotta find that chip in the pipe, and we have a connection.
Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
Don't you worry about it. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow I just knew it.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well,
thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Pretty knives around the place. Can't say I noticed one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was the one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Well... just in case we submit the wrong one. But, you know, we did just prove it. The tip of which is in the pipe bowl. Small fragment of metal.
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see anything.
You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged inside the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there.
And
what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Look at the back of it. The back of his pajamas are all burned up. It's hilarious.
You appear rather convenient in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired up with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Oh, did I misread that? I'm sorry. Look, I've been doing this for like 4 hours. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have sent flying around unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Miss Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord.
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadev's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear, oh.
No!
Objection!
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency.
An insurmountable... What?
Lord Van Sykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim are unidentified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
She was bent down over the book. Yes, and her... Ah!
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back.
Yeah. Order, order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had followed her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
He's lost for words, look.
I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I know, though, what really did happen.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
not quite, Van Sykes. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Ha! Van Sykes in a woman's underwear is amazing. I love that canon. Miss Suzato! You simply mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is in there. Can we prove she... Is it her holding it? She had to bend down and pick it up? That's what I'm going to go with. It's safe just in case. I am down to a single health point. But I think it is her picking up the book.
It seems you have nothing to say. My Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel.
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, that can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness!
Surely this must be the last time.
Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I could successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... okay, let's just double check to see if there's anything that she... Unconscious... No. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the picture of her holding the book, but I just want to make sure. I think it's the picture of her specifically. It specifically shows the victim's hand. I think it's the fact that she had bent down to pick up the book. I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book.
I guess the book would have worked.
Is that not Mr. Garadep's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting at the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have the book in her hand?
By Jingo!
Oh, he broke his pipe.
I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadep household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. A flaming book.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garadep. And I guess the book wasn't on fire anymore. What do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Oh, 1 second. This is completely irrelevant, but is her name Olive Green? Her name is Olive Green, and she just looks like an olive. She just looks like a green olive. It's kind of funny. The brown hat and the green coat, and she's just very circular. She just looks like a green olive. Then in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place?
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident.
And that is the real truth behind this case.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
Yeah. 2 cases, complete accident.
There they're all been.
Poor Miss Garadeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry.
Do your best, bud. Good lord. Oh no!
Lord Van Zeeks,
What news of Miss Garadeb?
she's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state.
Joan, I love you more than ever before now that you two have taken a human life. Now we are together on the field of war.
However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought that she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help! For the doctor! For the police! Instead, I have managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you that we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. He is Japanese, therefore he must have done it. I haven't been listening for the past 2 hours.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I shall have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Old man did it. He listened for once. We have a winner. And the winner is
Soseki Natsume! Winner! Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you.
not guilty. No, it's not GG, it's NG. GG would be guilty, double guilty. You got double tried twice. Guilty on both accounts, baby.
And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again.
Transported 2 tiers. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
We did it, folks. That's another one in the bag. Man, it's already 3:17 p.m. Juror number 5 is going to have a hard time finding some work. I feel bad for him. Wife's gonna... literally, the next case is the murder of juror number 5. Oh, locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! Oh, at last, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback! Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But, today, you locum lawyer gave me my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinded fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. Ah, an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
It's 3 p.m., bud. It's 3 in the fucking afternoon, and you just woke up. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh?
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Sholmes continuing to be a fucking dumbass. It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or of that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind.
You look like he was gonna give him a Kamehameha right there. He's like, whoa!
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Ah.
Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but...
That was quite priceless.
Poor Saseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
There is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Hey-ya! Oh, and I get... Okay. I'm not the belly of the Reaper. I don't know why you should have take down to me. He could have done that to Van Zeeks. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Otto. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors.
No pay for you.
I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped, that I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
The payment we got was getting beat up by a lady. Rio's into that, dude.
It's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling clouds my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could it be an interesting read?
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry? What about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then,
you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Hell yeah! Walls in my room? Fantastic news.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
It's the cat. The evil spirit is the cat. It sleeps on his face. Maybe, I don't know. Well, think about it if that's alright. Why do cats keep trying to kill people in this game?
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
We're gonna be roomies with Iris and Sholmes!
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning up the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Iris is gonna take... No, next case Susanna's gonna be an idiot, and Iris is gonna be even smarter. Oh no, Stormy, you're right.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is that then?
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. And not an unsuccessful one.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Saseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. This is just a fan fiction. Naruhodo is just some British person's self-insert. They were roommates. These are new digs. So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Oh my god. Oh, he's gotten hotter. Oh no, everybody. He's become even more attractive. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
Wait, Larius, you're making this weird assumption that Sholmes and Ryu aren't together. You think they're going after Susato? You think anyone's going? Susato is just like the side character who's just looking at Ryu with his 5 boyfriends and being like, "What the fuck do I do with these men?" See, the thing about Ryunosuke Naruhodo that you have to realize is he has 2 hands. And 5 fingers on each hand. That's 10 whole boyfriends that can hold 1 finger. He can't have 10 boyfriends, this guy can. It's a lot of boyfriends.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help but wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office here at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London.
Uh-oh. What does that mean? Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Shum so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. That was a lot of fun. Yep. Glad I've decided to pick it up today. Next time, it's the adventure of the unspeakable story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, shit! Hound of the Baskervilles? That's a great... I love that one. And that's it. That is the last episode of this game. And then we'll be moving on to the second game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Probably 2 more streams, probably. I assume 1 more investigation stream. 1 more trial stream, and then we're moving on to the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So that is very exciting. Seems like we might have some doggies in the next one. NGWP, baby. Alright, thank you everyone so much for joining. This time we will actually be back next week. I'm not doing another stream tomorrow, but I wanted to do it, you know? We did the investigation yesterday, and I was like, oh, I need to see how this plays out. And, you know, great case. This is Chronicles. We'll see how the next 6 cases play out. But these games are already like pretty damn high on my list of Ace Attorney games. The only ones I can potentially list over this one are Dual Destinies. WP means well played. It actually means weakness policy. Because someone's gonna hit me and I'm gonna gain 2x special attack and 2x attack. But yeah, I mean, Trials and Tribulations is a great game, and Dual Destinies I personally like a lot. This one is already up there. The next 6 cases could very well make this my favorite Phoenix Wright game. I guess an Ace Attorney game. But fuck, it's good. It's some good shit. So I will see you all next Friday if you end up showing up. Either way, I'll see you then. I've been Technovoid, and bye-bye. Have a good one.